Our judge for the show today is Mike Keebler. Our senior showmen in the ring are Alana Haynes, Lacey Lehman, Colt Cleland, Katie Miller, Maddie Musser, Hannah Orris, Trinity Pierce, Mitchell Musser, Austin Smith, Taylor Sturm, Cooper Umbrell, and Aubrey Watkins. Our judge this afternoon, Mike Kibler, hails from Mount Jackson, Virginia. We're going to share some more information about him as our show goes on, but let's put our hands together and welcome him and his son here to Shippensburg this afternoon.
heck of a good way to start off the show here in Shippensburg, and certainly a pleasure to be with you guys. And if this senior group is any indication of what the rest of this afternoon is going to be in for, I think we're in for a special treat. From a county fair level, I think that these showmen really, even beyond these top five, I think these top 6, 7, 8 are very, very deep. It's an extremely deep set of kids with a great skill set in terms of getting their animals propped up and presenting them in the proper way. And I'm awful excited to see this level of competitiveness and this level of expertise, this level of attention to detail. If these young people will take this same enthusiasm and move it to whatever the next phase of their life is, I think that your parents, the people that work with you, the people that put time in with you, and you yourselves are got a very bright future and should be very proud. But again, a great set. I visited with the exhibitors on the backside. I'll talk these top five here pretty quickly. I think it got pretty close for me. The top two exhibitors, the two young ladies here in the front of the class, I thought they both did a tremendous job of getting all they could out of those sheep. I thought they got them squared up, got them presented very efficiently and quickly in a timely manner, and that's important to me. I thought they both did an outstanding job when they went into motion. I thought the young lady here in the front of the class just did a nickel better job in terms of how she presented the front half of that sheep, how she gets the neck up out of the shoulders and props that head up properly and drops its nose ever so slightly, makes that one just look a little bit more natural off the front half. When she gets away from him, she's got him squared up and pulled apart underneath just a little bit more to my liking. Young lady in the blue shirt coming second, you're an awfully good showman, and I think that there's probably going to be a lot of days that you're going to hang the banners. You did a tremendous job, and you hung right here. When you came into the ring, I knew you were here. You had that presence that we all like to look at and see and feel when we're in the show ring. And again, awful close decision. For me, I thought the young lady that beat you just did a nickel better in terms of the way she presented the head. Young lady here coming in the third hole with the leather that's a little bit more moderate. For me, he's probably maybe not the easiest one out here to show, right? That one's a little bit, again, more moderate, a little shorter sided. He's one that you got to work extra hard to get that neck up out of his shoulders. He's probably, when he goes into motion, just a little U-necked, and one that, again, is just probably a little harder to show, a little harder to prop up on the front half. I think he did a tremendous job of getting him stuck and getting him braced, getting him square back on those hind wheels. Maybe find one that's a little easier. Maybe get one that you can just get the head and neck up and be a little bit more poised with the front half. Young man with the blue sheep, I thought, did a tremendous job. Big time brace. That one handles very fresh, very firm. He's got as good of a brace and as good a handle of any kid in the class in terms of the way he gets that one presented when I'm behind him. That one, for me, I think you have a tendency to let him get his rear legs out from underneath of him ever so slightly and get him a little stretched. He wants to kind of roll right there in his hip loin because of that. For me, I just like to see you square him up on his rear end and shorten him up on the side view just a nickel. Young lady there in the fifth hole, again, a tremendous job. Gets a great brace out of that one. Tremendous amount of presence. When that one goes into motion, be it because you're with the halter, I told no young man, if you want to use a halter, that's fine. I want to get the most presentation out of him as possible. When that one goes into motion, he wants to drop his head and his neck and get a little bit too relaxed on the go. And for me, that was the big difference between you and being in the 5 hole or the 4 or the 3 hole. Great job, great set of senior showmen. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. It's a really, really good set of kids.
Senior showing results. First place, Katie Miller. Second, Lacey Lehman. Third, Taylor Storm. Fourth, Colt Cleland. Fifth place, Maddie Musser. Sixth, Cooper Umbrell. And seventh, Alana Haynes. We're now ready for intermediate showman, heat number 1. Intermediate showman, heat number 1. Into the ring, we should have Tyler Best, Blake Boyer, Hannah Bruneyes, Lane Derhauer, Stephanie Drees, Mallory Fagan, Kelsey Garman, Maggie Grove, Samuel Hester, and Caitlin Holtree. This age division is 14 to 16 years of age. And it is the first of 2 heats in our intermediate division.
I guess I got ahead of myself placing, there's 2 heats in this intermediate drive. We're going to bring back the top 3 young ladies here from this drive after we complete this next heat. I visited with all those other individuals in the class. Great set, really, really deep set of kids. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. Look forward to seeing these 3 back.
We're going to take 4 out of the intermediate showman heat number 1. Hannah Beneyes, Stephanie Drees, Mallory Fagan, and Kelsey Garman will all come back and drive for intermediate champion showman. Next heat in the ring, this is heat 2. Again, 14 to 16 years of age, Allie Lehman, Ryan Lehman, Emily Myers, Jordan Naylor, Stephanie Oser, Tanner Smith, Jackson Stoner, Savannah Stoner, Micah Yingling, and Molly Zook. And we'll drive for our champion intermediate showman.
this intermediate heat was a bit more challenging. Very, very close, very competitive. Young man come in that second class, and the longer he was in the ring, the more comfortable he was, the better job he did. Not that he did a poor job at any point in time. Young man, I think you're very talented. I think you've got a natural skill set. I think if you continue to show livestock and hopefully sheep, because I'm a sheep fan, I think you have a bright future. I think that you just have a knack for getting all you can out of that blue sheep. He stands there like a statue. He works with you great. But you're extremely poised, and you just do a tremendous job, and I'm excited to be in here with you. Young lady came out, I believe, the first class, and when she came in, I knew that it was going to be a tough day to get around her. She's got both poise and calmness about her, but yet intensity, and I love that. There are times as the show went on or the class went on that sheep wanted to get his rear legs out from behind him just a little bit too much for me to be ideal. I think when he does that, he wants to break ever so slightly right there in his hip loin, and showmanship is not just putting on a show for the audience. You want that animal to look its best at all times, and I think you do a great showman. I'd love to have you show sheep for us in our farm. I think you're tremendous. Young man just did a nickel better today. Young lady here in the red shirt that's going to come third, extremely poised, very, very polished. That one's probably a little bit tougher to show, a little bit more moderate sheep. She has to kind of take a little different stance in terms of where she places on that lamb, but it works for her. At times, he wants to get ever so slightly up in his top. I'd like to see you try to correct that. At times, he wants to lean his head from one side or the other. I always tell my kids, make sure that nose and tail is in a straight line. You want the thing to be an arrow. Whenever he leans his head or his jaw or his skull to one side, the lamb looks a little bit wonky in terms of his spine, and I think if you change that, I think that'll help you. But again, very poised, very professional, really, really good showman. Young lady here in the four-hole does a great job, gets a tremendous brace out of that sheep. Big sheep, it fits her in terms of her height. She does a great job, kind of like the young lady in the two-hole. That one wants to get out from underneath of himself ever so slightly. I'd like to see you square up those back legs. I think I think he stretches just a little bit too much. Maybe not quite as much poise as the young lady in the two or the young man in the one, but a tremendous job, a great showman, gets a big-time stick on that one. Young lady in the fifth hole, I visited with her ever so slightly. I think she does a great job, gets a great brace out of that one. That one at times wants to over-push and over-brace, and when he does that, his front end gets too far over top of his front legs, and he breaks in his hip and gets up in his spine, up in his dock. But a great showman, a lot of poise, really, really good set. I visited with these other three young people. Please give exhibitors applause. A tremendous set of intermediate showmen.
Intermediate showman results: first place Jackson Stoner, second place Mallory Fagan, third Emily Myers, fourth Allie Lehman, fifth Jordan Naylor, sixth Hannah Bruneyes, and seventh Stephanie Drees. Next up we have Junior Showman, Heat 1, Junior Showman, Heat 1. Riley Boyer, Lane Bruneyes, Richard Brown, Emmeline Cleland, Gage Cleland, and Madison Fagan. Once again, Junior Showman, Heat 1. Our junior division are ages 11 to 13. This is the first of 3 heats in this age division.
We got a couple smaller heats here for the junior drive. I think we got 3 of these. The 3 young people here out in front of me are going to come back for the drive, and I visited with these 3 young people. Really, really good set of young kids. Please give these members a round of applause.
Qualifying from Heat 1 will be Lane Bruneyes, Emmeline Cleland, and Madison Fagan. We're now ready for Heat 2, Junior Showman, Heat 2. Aiden Fogelsanger, Caleb Fogelsanger, Christopher Kelly, Jace Kelly, Addison Martin, Emmeline Martin, Gwen McKee, and Landon McNew. Once again, this is Junior Showmanship, Heat 2. Out of 3. Junior Showman Heat 3, you should come to ringside. Steve Helm to the livestock office, please. Steve Helm to the livestock office. Market Lamb exhibitors, Junior Showman, Heat 3, please be at ringside. Blake Smith, Lindsey Smith, Carly Saplee, George Schwab, Andy Schwab, Charlie Wheeler, London Wright, Silas Ziegler. Junior Showman, Heat 3 to ringside.
Kind of made my mind up when we started this junior drive, junior heat, that I was only going to bring 3 back, and I'm going to bring these 3, a really, really deep class. And I visited with these exhibitors, and certainly a lot of quality, a lot of passion. I appreciate that. I visited with them about a couple things I'd change or critique. But a really, really deep, good set in the second drive of juniors. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. Look forward to seeing these 3 back.
Qualifying for the final drive from heat number 2. Christopher Kelly, Addison Martin, and Landon McNew. We're ready for heat 3. Junior Showman, again, ages 11 to 13. This is heat 3 of 3. Blake Smith, Lindsey Smith, Carly Saplee, George Schwab, Andy Schwab, Charlie Wheeler, London Wright, and Silas Ziegler. Junior Showman, if you qualified in heats 1 and 2, please make sure you're at ringside for our champion drive.
the heat gets stronger and stronger as we go through this division. These three young people are coming back. Talented set up here on the 4 and 5 hole. Really good set, really deep set of tremendous showmen for this age and size of showmanship. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. Look forward to this drive.
Qualifying for the final Junior Showman Drive out of heat number 3 is Carly Suplee, Andy Swab, and George Swab. We'll go ahead and clear the ring. We'll bring back all of our finalists from the junior division. Remaining in the ring, Andy Swab, George Swab, Carly Suplee, and entering the ring from heats 1 and 2, Lane Bruneyes, Emily Cleland, Madison Fagan, Christopher Kelly, Addison Martin, and Landon McNew. Novice Division Showmen, please make your way to ringside. Reese Adams, Amelia Brown, Kason Fraker, Sadie Grimes, Brooklyn Lehman, McKenna McNew, Carson Ocker, Olivia Ryan, Delaney Smith, Reese Smith, Maggie Zinn. Once again, Novice Showmen, please make your way to ringside.
if I'm showing or my kid's showing, this probably ain't the class I'd want to be in, because this is the most competitive class that we've seen. I would say the whole drive is very good. We left some kids that do a tremendous job because when I brought 3 out, it's exciting to me to see kids of this level in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of their attention to detail, and their poise and the whole package that they put together at this age. Thank you. At this age and their size. I think you go to most county fairs, and if you run into a junior or see a junior that's this good, that's really in the top 3, 4, or 5, you're lucky. This is an elite show in terms of a county show, in terms of the level that you have for your exhibitors, and it's just tremendous. It's breathtaking in terms of seeing this much competition. Again, these top 3 I thought were very, very good. They all do a tremendous job. They all get them stuck square and flawless in terms of their feet placement, in terms of the way they handle and present the front half of their animals. The young lady that's going to win the class, she's the most efficient. And from that perspective, she smokes the rest of the class. If you get them all stopped at the exact same time, I'm guarantee you she's got her stuck quicker and more proper than the rest of the class, and that runs her to the top of the class for me. That being said, I think you, along with young lady in second, young man in third, do a tremendous job in terms of your poise, your calmness, but also your intensity. And I love that, and it's exciting for me. Again, young lady with the white-faced sheep here, great showman. My hat goes off to you. I'm not wearing one, but it would. Young lady, you do a tremendous job of getting that one stuck, getting that one braced, presenting that one. You're just not quite as efficient or quite as quick as the young lady that's going to win this class today, but a tremendous amount of poise. Young man, I'm assuming maybe one of the younger ones in the class, does an awesome job. Love the intensity, but still has that calm demeanor, and even at the end of the show in the class, when the sheep he didn't get rattled, he gets right back in there, does a tremendous job of showing the front half of that one off as well as anybody in this class or in this heat. Just not as efficient as the first 2. Young man there with the white one coming in the 4-hole does a great job. That one wants to get out of balance ever so slightly at times when you get him out on the profile. He wants to get a little bit up in his hip. I think at times you want to maybe get that one's rear legs out from underneath of him ever so slightly. I'd like to see that one squared up. Young man in the 5-hole, that one's a little tougher to show, and he wants to really kind of drop his neck and shoulders. I think you do a really good job of getting it out of him when you go into motion, but at times he kind of wants to fall asleep on you and drop that neck down into the shoulders. Just get that one up and maybe just square up those rear legs. I talked to these other 4, great set of showmen, tough class. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. This is special.
Our junior division, first place Andy Swab, second Carly Saplee, third George Swab, fourth Lane Bruneyes, fifth Christopher Kelly, sixth Landon McNew, and seventh Addison Martin. Our last division of showmanship is our novice age. These are 8 to 10 years old. Reese Adams, Amelia Brown, Kaysen Fraker, Sadie Grimes, Brooklyn Lehman, McKenna McNew, Carson Ocker, Olivia Ryan, Delaney Smith, Reese Smith, and Maggie Zinn. As we work through our final class of showmen here, we'd like to introduce our judge. Mr. Michael Kibler grew up in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, where his family had a cow-calf and backgrounding operation. As a youth, he showed steers, lambs, and pigs, and he served a year as a Virginia State FFA officer. He's judged nationally both in 4-H and collegiately. And in 2001, Michael earned his degree in agricultural economics from Virginia Tech. Michael's passion for breeding, raising, and selling clublands began in his teen years, and it continues today. Michael, along with his wife Susan and their 2 sons, operate Alpha Omega Farms, and they've been blessed to have raised many state, regional, and national show winners. Michael is also an active partner at Woodstock Equipment Company, a business that his grandfather founded in 1952. I don't think we've given him an easy task today sorting through these showmen, and we're going to get into our type classes here in just a little bit, but let's put our hands together and welcome Michael and his son back here to Shippensburg. Thank you so much for working our animals in our crowd today.
lot of fun with these young people, these young kids, and this novice division. And obviously, not only are these young people younger and less experienced, but they're a lot smaller. And when these young people are, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds, maybe some of them might weigh 60 or 70, and those sheep clearly outweigh them. I mean, you really have to be dialed in and have spent a lot of time working with the animals before you get to this point. Not that you don't have to if you're an older kid, if you want to be successful, but just to get through the ring, I can tell every single one of these kids in this class has spent some serious time with their animals. And most of these kids, they might be novice, they might be young, but most of these kids, it's not the first time in the ring. These kids have had some direction, they've had some help, they've had some assistance, and that's great. That's what we're after. That's what we want. It's a great teaching experience. I think these top five are particularly good. Young lady here in the blue shirt, in addition to being just cute as a button, she can flat get that thing shown. That one, she can run really hard and do very well at a lot of shows away from a county fair level. She just has that one assembled awfully well and presents him at a very high level. And that young lady, even though she's a novice, we could drop her in another division and she's going to make the cut because she presents that sheep well enough to do that. Young lady with the downer weather here coming next, very poised, very confident. At times that one wants to get almost to a sleep on her and kind of dropping that top ever so slightly, but she does it with poise and confidence and gets him squared up all the time. Tremendous job. Young man coming in the three-hole, man, that kid's got as much intensity as any of the kids that have come through the ring, and I appreciate that. That intensity and that desire to win will serve you well in life. I hope you hold that, and I hope you hold that fire. At times, he wants to get his legs out from underneath of him just a little bit too much. But man, that kid came to win, and everybody here knows it. Young lady here coming in the four-hole. Again, a sheep that maybe wants to get a little bit wonky in its top. A sheep that's probably just ever so slightly more difficult to show. I think that one wants to stretch out just a bit from time to time. Probably not quite as good a job in terms of how you can articulate the head and neck as compared to our top three exhibitors, but a tremendous job and a lot of confidence. Young lady there coming next. Does a tremendous job. Has got a sheep that's extremely docile, very well trained. Clearly, she spent a ton of time with that one. At times, that one wants to almost kind of fall asleep on you. Just like for you to be a little bit more assertive with the head of that one. But again, that's being critical of a very young showman. I visited with these other young people. Tremendous set. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. It's very exciting.
Results of our novice division showmanship. First place, Amelia Brown. Second, Reese Adams. Third, Kaysen Fraker. Fourth, McKenna McNew. Fifth, Delaney Smith. Sixth, Brooklyn Lehman. And 7, Reese Smith. We're now ready to select our champion showman for Market Lambs. From the senior division, we need Katie Miller. Intermediate, Jackson Stoner. Junior, Andy Swab. And novice, Amelia Brown. Market Lamb exhibitors, lightweight division is up next. If you're a lightweight 1 Market Lamb, please make your way to ringside. Lightweight 1.
I knew when we got through the junior drive, knowing what we had seen in the seniors and the intermediates, that they told me when I first got here they were going to pick an overall. You don't do that at every show. And I knew it was going to be a tall order because it's been a highly competitive show from a showmanship standpoint. And I mean, you could stand out here and talk about and applaud and rave about these kids because they are tremendous. From the novice, the little girl that came out of that last division. I mean, for her age and for her size, she's a phenomenal showman and is extremely poised. I can't even imagine at that age being able to present an animal with that ability and that level. I think she does an awesome job, and that animal works as well with her as any animal works with any kid in this final drive, and I think that's commendable. A young lady that came out of the junior drive, again, for her age, I think she's tremendous. She's so efficient in terms of getting that one stuck, almost from a surgical standpoint, and a high level of intensity. And I think that she's just a rock star in terms of getting an animal shown. A young man with the blue sheep out of the intermediate drive is as natural and has as much natural talent, I think, as anyone. Maybe not quite as intense as the two young ladies on either side, but he just looks natural doing it. He's got a tremendous amount of poise and confidence to him. If I was critical, maybe that one at times wants to get ever so slightly, in terms of the rear leg placement, wants to be just slightly back. But again, I think that's being really critical, and I think that young man's got a bright future. The seniors got as much poise and confidence as any of them out here. She does a tremendous job, and I'm sure the people behind the scenes are awfully proud of her and her career, wherever she's been and whatever she's done. I think she does a great job. I think it's really close, and I think you could go out here and pick any one of these four and not be wrong. For me, the one that probably hits me the hardest in terms of what I like, in terms of like how I want to see them shown, and the things that impress me the most is going to be the young lady out of the junior drive, and she'll be your champion for me today.
Your overall champion showman goes to Andy Swab out of our junior division. The winner of showmanship represents Market Lambs in the Supreme Showmanship Contest. However, Andy was last year's winner of Supreme Showmanship, so she's not eligible. So we'll bring back the reserve from her division. We excuse Katie Miller, who's also a past winner of Supreme Showmanship. We brought back the reserve in her division, and now we'll drive for the representative for Supreme Showmanship.
Make it even more difficult. keep it going. You get out here again. I think it really, for me, boils down to the two young men there with the blue sheep. I think it's pretty close, and I think the young man out of the intermediate, he's going to be your, I guess, reserve or the Supreme for this year. Please give all the exhibitors a round of applause. A tremendous set of kids in this showmanship drives.
Representing Market Lambs on Friday night will be Jackson Stoner. Congratulations to all of our showmen. We're now ready for our type classes. Remember, exhibitors, please be ready. Our barn help does not want to track you down. All right, lightweight ones to the ring. Micah Yingling's 292, Micah Yingling's 291, Ricky Brown 152, and Jace Kelly 313. Lightweight ones into the ring. Lambs in this class weigh 82 to 89 pounds, 82 to 89. Market lamb exhibitors, lightweight 2 to ringside, Lindsey Smith, McKenna McNew, Delaney Smith, Reese Smith. Lightweight 2s to ringside.
Might be the easiest class for me today. We're going to keep them the way they're lined up. When we went into motion, young man's weather dominates the class in terms of muscle, in terms of capacity, in terms of structural correctness. Really nice sheep that's awful square and big up over that hip and bold through that center portion of his body, deep through that leg, and stands on a big stout foot. Young man's Katahdin appearing weather here is going to come in the 2-hole from a freshness standpoint in terms of being market ready. I think he easily slides into the 2-hole for me. He's certainly wider across his loin and fleshier across his top, and just from a marketable standpoint, he's more there today for me. And I think in a closer period there between 3 and 4, I think the 3 sheep balances up a little better in terms of her underline. Certainly a little wider and fuller across that loin and through that hip, and the sheep there on the ends, just one that's a little frailer and shallower in her flank, and just doesn't have as much touch and handle up over the rack and loin compared to the 3 ahead of him. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice first class for our lightweights.
Lightweight 1, first place Jace Kelly, second Ricky Brown, third Micah Yingling, and fourth Micah Yingling. Next class in the ring, lightweight 2, Lindsey Smith 191, McKenna McNew 174, Delaney Smith 192, Reese Smith 182. Lambs in the lightweight 2 class, all weighing 92 pounds. 9-2 on the weights. Market lamb exhibitors, lightweight 3 to ringside, lightweight 3, Lane Darhauer, Austin Smith, Sophia Oser, and Ricky Brown. Lightweight 3s to ringside.
The second class of lightweights, we're still dealing with some sheep, I think, that have some parts and pieces and just haven't kind of come into themselves yet, and are a bit more immature. I think the ones that we're leading the class with certainly are further along in their maturity, further along in terms of their condition and where they need to be from a marketable standpoint. The ewe lamb we're going to lead with, there's some things I would change about her structurally, but when you get up over the top of her, you got to appreciate her in terms of her rack, in terms of her loin, her hip, and her density of her muscle. She's really opened up. I think that one just kind of hits me the hardest from a marketable standpoint, and she's ultimately the one we got to lead with. I like the one in second in terms of her underline, in terms of her structure out of her hip. She wants to get a little bolder in the lower portion of her shoulder, but again, one that's probably the most market ready following our class winner here in this class. Young ladies, Weather, one in third here. That's one that I kind of struggle with. I like that one in terms of a structural standpoint. I think that one's the one that, if we put another 15, 20, 25 pounds on this, all these sheep in this class, I think that one's one that probably starts to gravitate towards the top of the class. I like him from a structure standpoint. I like him from a build. He's the most immature in the class in terms of where he's at from a maturity standpoint, and because of that, he doesn't have as much muscle. He doesn't have as much rib. He's not blown apart. I think that one mans up, and I think he's going to get a lot better. Young man's Weather here, and the 4 holes, one that's probably just one that's the most narrow at the ground, the most roundest off both ends, and again, from a structural standpoint, he's the least most attractive one. I think you couple that with the fact that he's just more of a harder handling sheep that doesn't have the freshness of the 2 class winners. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of lightweight 2, first place Lindsay Smith, second Delaney Smith, third McKenna McNew, and fourth Reese Smith. Next class in the ring, lightweight 3. We have Lane Dowers, 40, Austin Smith, 235, Sophia Oser, 202, and Ricky Brown's 153. Lambs in lightweight 3 weighing 93 to 94 pounds. 93 to 94 pounds. Market lamb exhibitors, lightweight 4 to ringside, lightweight 4, Reese Adams, Carson Ocker, Trinity Pierce, Maggie Zinn. Once again, lightweight 4 to ringside.
some challenging class. We're getting as lightweights. We've got a wide variety of parts and pieces, and young ladies, whether we're going to lead with, I'm going to be the first to admit, I'm not crazy about him from a structure standpoint. I'd like to change that one, the way he's designed off his front half. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip, but he overwhelms the class in terms of muscle, in terms of power, and most importantly, he's the freshest and the most market ready. And at the end of the day, this is still a market show. I think that one gets any heavier. Stick a fork in him, I'd say he's pretty well done, and he's pretty moderate in terms of his frame, but he's still fresh and firm and just massive when you get up over his top. Again, like to lengthen him out from end to end. Young man's ewe-lamb there we studied on in the two-hole, one that I wanted to try to use to win the class from a structural standpoint. I like her better, but she's just a little too soft and too little rolled off her loin edge, a little too round out of her hip, and just doesn't have nearly as much product as the young lady's Weather that's going to win the class. We're going to go with Katahdin there in the three-hole. Again, one that's probably just a little further along from a maturity standpoint in terms of when you that in top meets your hand when you get a hand on compared to the more Suffolk appearing sheep there in the four-hole. That sheep on the end is going to be just a little frailer in terms of his bone work, a little flatter in terms of his muscle, and he's just not quite there in terms of the shape that he has from his top, from his rack working into his loin. Another really a good third class.
Results from lightweight 3. First place, Sophia Oser. Second, Lane Bearhauer. Third, Ricky Brown. And fourth, Austin Smith. Next class in the ring, lightweight 4. Reese Adams, 364. Carson Ockers, 131. Trinity Pierce, 232. And Maggie Zinn, 325. Lambs in lightweight 4, weighing 96 to 101. 96 to 101. Market Lamb exhibitors, lightweight 5. Please make your way to ringside. Aubrey Watkins, Carson Ocker, Trinity Pierce, Blake Smith, and Silas Ziegler. Once again, lightweight 5 to ringside.
I think this class here aligns itself pretty handily for me. I think the young lady, ewe-lamb, runs to the front of the class pretty quickly for me. One that's structurally and has the most things going for it, has some balance, really level at that hip, really good and touch down that top. Just a really square-made, complete balanced sheep that wins this class pretty easily. Young ladies, Weather here in the two-hole, one you appreciate. I think that one, from a red meat characteristic standpoint, you hang that one on the rail. I think that one's going to hang a big line, a high percentage of red meat. I love the way that one handles. I would just construct him a little differently from a structural standpoint. He's a little bold through that front portion of his shoulder. He's a little round out of his hip, and he's a little bit frail at the ground. But from a carcass standpoint, that one's got a lot of merit. I think it gets a little closer there between the 3 and the 4 hole. Young ladies, more Suffolk appearing sheep, just a little further along in terms of being fresh enough today, in terms of ideal in terms of getting close to ideal condition. Both of those sheep need more time, more days on feed. I think the young lady's weather is just a few days ahead. Young man's weather, again, probably a little bit cooler in terms of the design, but just a little frailer and flatter in terms of that leg shape, and just needs more top and more time on feed. Another really nice class. Please give exhibitors a round of applause.
Lightweight 4 results. First place, Reese Adams. Second, Maggie Zinn. Third, Trinity Pierce. And fourth, Carson Ocker. Next class, lightweight 5 into the ring. Aubrey Watkins, number 3. Carson Ocker, 130. Trinity Pierce, 233. Blake Smith, 181. Silas Ziegler, 271. Lambs in lightweight 5, weighing 103 to 105. Market Lamb exhibitors. Up next is our lightweight champion drive. Out of the lightweight 1 class, we need Jace Kelly and Ricky Brown. Lightweight 2, Lindsey Smith and Delaney Smith. Lightweight 3, Sophia Oser and Lane Darhauer. Lightweight 4, Reese Adams and Maggie Zinn. Those animals to ringside for our lightweight champion drive.
I think these two weathers rolled to the top of the class fairly handily in this class. Young man's weather we're going to lead with. I prefer him from a structural standpoint. He's certainly looser and more desirable in terms of his spine. He's a little wider out of his pen set, but both those sheep are nice from a market standpoint. They're fed right. They handle really, really good, really wide across their loin, really big in terms of that rack shape. Hope young man sheep that's going to win is just better from a structural standpoint. Again, very expressive young man second. Young guy here in third has a sheep that, again, really carcass-oriented kind of sheep, a sheep that you got to appreciate how wide he is across his loin, how broad he is across his rack and deep, or wide he is through his spring of rib. That one just wants to roll out of his hip and get a little round in the lower portion of his shoulder. Really the lower 1/3 of his body is just a little wastier compared to the two that lead the class. I think 4 and 5 get pretty close. I think the young lady's weather there in the 4 hole is probably just a little fresher and firmer up across that loin edge. Again, both those two sheep just need some more time, need some more feed, need some more maturity to really be competitive. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice way to round out our lightweights.
Lightweight 5 results. First place, Silas Ziegler. Second, Aubrey Watkins. Third, Blake Smith. Fourth, Trinity Pierce. And fifth, Carson Ocker. We're now ready for our lightweight champion drive. We'll bring back the top 2 from each of our lightweight classes. Out of lightweight 1, we have Jace Kelly and Ricky Brown. Lightweight 2, Lindsey Smith and Delaney Smith. Lightweight 3, Sophia Oser and Lane Darhauer. Lightweight 4, Reese Adams and Maggie Zinn. Lightweight 5, Silas Ziegler and Aubrey Watkins. Once again in the ring, we are selecting our lightweight champion, Market Lamb. Market Lamb exhibitors, medium weight 1 to ringside, Taylor Sturm, Maggie Zinn, Caleb Fogelsanger. Once again, medium weight 1s to ringside.
I think a lot of times we get into these lightweight divisions and lightweight classes, and you got to kind of pick and prioritize and find the ones that get closest to where you want to be, keeping in mind that it's still a market show. And I would say there's kind of, in this drive, there's 3 that kind of stick out to me. The one that I like the best from a design standpoint is that little weather lamb out of the first class. I wish there was more of him. I wish he was a little longer necked and just bigger. But that guy, when you put your hands on him from a handle standpoint, he handles extremely well. He's really square. He's very, very bold to his center body and wide out of his pin set. you know, if he was a ewe lamb or this is a breeding class, we'd pick on him about his mouth. But that's a really, really nice sheep. Young ladies, ewe lamb coming out of the 4th class. I like that one a lot. I think she gets just a nickel high in her spine, particularly when she goes into motion. But I think that one's square in terms of her build for the most part and handles really good. And then the young man's weather out of the last class from a marketable standpoint. There's just the most product there. I'd change him from a structural standpoint when we get him out here in the mix. I'd make him a little shallower through his chest and maybe make him go into motion a little better off those rear wheels. That's the way I see it in terms of the 3 that I like the best. For me, you're going to use the young man out of the very 1st class, that light class. He's going to be your champion in this drive, and we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum, use the young man's big sheep there out of the 5th class to be your reserve. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Your champion lightweight market lamb goes to Jace Kelly with 313, and your reserve to Silas Ziegler with 271. Congratulations to all of our lightweight exhibitors. We're now ready for our medium weights. Medium weight market lambs. Medium weight 1 into the ring. Taylor Sturm 124. Maggie Zinn 324 and Caleb Fogelsanger 336. Lambs in the medium weight 1 class weighing 106 to 107. That's your class. Market lamb exhibitors, medium weight 2 to ringside, medium weight 2, Brooklyn Lehman, Jackson Stoner, Samuel Hester, Lindsey Smith, and Reese Smith. Once again, medium weight 2 to ringside.
Again, I think this class aligns fairly handily for me. This sheep we're going to lead with a nickel moderate, but that's an awful good one. That one's super punchy, really big and bold when you get up over top of him in terms of his foreweb, in terms of his center body mass. He ties together very, very well. If I was going to pick on him, I'd make him a shot longer neck, but that's an awful good one that dominates this class very easily. I think it gets a little closer there between 2 and 3. I admit the 3rd place sheep's probably a bit bolder and stouter at the ground, but just gives up too much shape up top to the more Suffolk appearing sheep that we're going to run in the 2nd hole. That 2nd sheep just has a tremendous more shape in terms of its rack, in terms of the way it handles up high, and probably just a little bit leveler out of that hip to the flatter legged around her top one there in the 3rd hole. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice class to start our middleweights.
Medium weight 1 results: 1st place Taylor Sturm, 2nd Maggie Zinn, and 3rd Caleb Fogelsanger. Our next class in the ring is medium weight 2. Brooklyn Lehman's 429, Jackson Stoner 327, Samuel Hester 452, Lindsey Smith 190, and Reese Smith 183. Lambs in medium weight 2 weighing 108 to 111. 108 to 111. Market lamb exhibitors, medium weight 3s to ringside, Aubrey Watkins, Madison Fagan, Caitlin Holtree, Emmeline Cleland, Reese Adams, Aiden Fogelsanger, and Hannah Orris. Once again, medium weight 3 to ringside.
I'm not gonna lie, you don't go to a lot of places in a county fair and find two white ones that are gonna run to the front of the class. The one we're gonna start with, to me, runs away with this class. From a structural and a build standpoint, I think he's very, very, very good. I think he's very fresh, very hard, big-footed, big-ribbed, big-hipped, and certainly for a white-faced or a white-featured one, he's got a lot of turn to his leg, a lot of shape from a muscle standpoint. I think that's a very good one regardless of his color. I think he gets really close for me between 2 and 3. I do prefer the structure and the build of the white sheep. I mean, he is a little bit deeper chested, and that kind of comes with his breed character. That one, a freshness and firmness standpoint, I think he runs with anything in here. He's big and bold up over his top and level out of his hip. I think that one's awfully good for a Dorper, a young lady sheep in third hole, a big-ended one that you got to appreciate in terms of the muscle from his stifle into the lower portion of his leg. I'd like to change that one from a structural standpoint. He's a little too tight in his spine for me. He's a little too bold in the lower portion of his shoulder. But again, from a carcass standpoint, I think that one's very nice. I think they're in the 4 and 5 hole. I think we're finding the ones that are probably just the more market ready. Two sheep that are flatter in terms of their muscle shape. They both roll in terms of how they handle out of their loin. They're both a little deeper out of their chest. Young man's ewe lamb, I think, is just a little fuller and bolder up over the top portion of his rack and across his loin. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice class.
Medium weight 2, first place Jackson Sterner, second Samuel Hester, third Brooklyn Lehman, fourth Reith Smith, and fifth Lindsey Smith. Next class in the ring, medium weight 3, Aubrey Watkins, number 4, Madison Fagan, 331, Caitlin Holtree, 426, Emmeline Cleland, 255, Reese Adams, 363, Aiden Fogelsanger, 338, and Hannah Orris, 445. Medium weight 3 lambs weighing 112 and 113. Market lamb exhibitors, medium weight 4 to ringside, Kelsey Garman, Mallory Fagan. 2 entries from Tanner Smith and 1 from Andy Swab. Once again, medium weight 4 to ringside.
Certainly a lot of differences even moving into these middleweights. The one that balances up and has the most good things working for him is the young ladies' Weather. We're going to use certainly probably one of the freshest and firmest in terms of the touch. That one handles exceptionally well. Really good in terms of up over his rack. I'd like to smooth him up down his top ever so slightly, especially when he goes into motion. Maybe balancing him up on the underside, but he still just has so much good things going for him from a handle standpoint, and still one of the taller shouldered ones in the class that has enough punch when you get behind him. Young ladies, Southdown Weather there, that one's probably pitching on the verge of being just a little bit too over in terms of too deep chested for me, but man, that one's loaded with muscle and power when you get up over top of him. He's pulled apart through his middle. That one's got a ton of punch when you get behind him, and I think he's still fresh enough for me to get him to the top end of the class. I think that one's awful nice. Young ladies, Blue Sheep coming next. Ultra cool, wicked in terms of that shoulder and neck set carriage. Freaky hard handling like thin paper. For me, that one's just a little bit too closed up and too narrow at the ground, too flat through the center portion of its forehead. You blow that one apart and maybe give it some more maturity and just open that one up. I think we can move that one up to the 2 or even possibly compete in the 1 hole. But again, just two-dimensional for me, but one that you got to appreciate on the profile. Young ladies, shape coming next. One that has some balance, one that has some completeness, just doesn't have enough punch when you get up over its top. When you get behind him, it's really kind of funnel shaped and flat in terms of that stifle and lower portion of the leg. One that's just a little bit too plain to really get up and compete with those top couple sheep. A young lady's sheep coming next, kind of the shroppy appearing sheep, one that's just a little rounder on both ends, a little bolder through that shoulder, a little rounder out of its hip, and just doesn't have enough muscle to really run up and compete given the absence of structural quality. Young man's sheep coming next, one that you like and appreciate how long that one is from end to end, how long it is when it gets out and goes out of that hip. That sheep for me just doesn't have, is just void in terms of the muscle up over its loin, the way it carries from its hip to its loin, and it kind of rolls right in with the young man's sheep that follows. It's just a little bit too peaked in terms of its top shape across its rack through its center portion of its body. Another really nice middleweight class. Please give our exhibitors a round of applause.
Results for medium weight 3. First place, Madison Fagan. Second, Reese Adams. Third, Emmeline Cleland. Fourth, Hannah Orris. Fifth, Caitlin Holtry. Sixth, Aubrey Watkins. And seventh, Aiden Fogelsanger. Next class in the ring, medium weight 4. Kelsey Garman, 22. Mallory Fagan, 333. Tanner Smith, 178. Andy Swab, 391. Lambs in this medium weight class weighing 114 and 115, 114 and 115. Market Lamb exhibitors. Medium weight 5 to ringside. Sam Hester, Lane Bruneyes, Stephanie Drees, Blake Smith, Taylor Sturm, Amelia Brown. Once again, medium weight 5 to ringside. Steve Helm to the livestock office, please. Steve Helm to the livestock office. Keith Durr to the livestock office. Keith Durr to the livestock office, please.
Again, I think in this middleweight class, I think this one aligns pretty elementary for me. Young ladies, whether, albeit he might be a little bit moderate for some people, that one's awful nice. You got to appreciate that one for how much punch he's got when you get up over top of him. He's about as round-a-rubbed and as blown apart through his center portion of his body as anything we've seen so far today. Tremendous in terms of his touch, in terms of his hide. Great in terms of his rack, really wide across that loin. Very deep and dense in terms of when you get behind him. Again, maybe stretch him out, make him a nickel longer neck, but that's an awful good one and one that you can tie into certainly in this class pretty handily. Young ladies, a sheep coming second, one that's certainly more up and out, one that's really expressive in terms of that hip, in terms of that rack, a sheep that's not nearly as far along in terms of where he needs to be from a maturity standpoint. That one's still raw in terms of across that loin edge. I'd like to see him tie in from his hip to his loin just a nickel better and blow that one apart through his center portion of his forerib to be competitive with the one ahead of him, but a nice sheep there in second. Young man sheep there in third, a sheep that you have to appreciate. He's got some balance, he's got some bone and foot size, he's got some muscle. He's a little plain in terms of his shoulder and his neck. He's a little tighter in terms of his spine. If we change those things, I think we can run him up there and compete with the one ahead of him. Young ladies, blue sheep here to round the class out. A long, lean, attractive sheep that's tall-shouldered. Just not enough sheep here for me to really tie into and compete with these other sheep. He's a little frailer in terms of his bone work, a little flatter in terms of the center portion of his leg and his center body and forerib. Really nice medium weight class. Please give these kids exhibitors a round of applause.
Results for medium weight 4. First place, Andy Swab. Second, Mallory Fagan. Third, Tanner Smith. And fourth, Kelsey Garman. Next class in the ring, medium weight 5. Samuel Hesters, 451. Lane Bruneyes, 2601. Stephanie Drees, 246. Blake Smith, 180. Taylor Stone, 125. And Amelia Brown, 148. Lambs in the medium weight 5 class, 116 to 118. Market lamb exhibitors up next is our medium weight champion drive. We need the first and second place from each medium weight class to ringside. Taylor Stern and Maggie Zinn. Jackson Stoner and Samuel Hester. Madison Fagan and Reese Smith. Andy Swab and Mallory Fagan. Once again, those animals to ringside for selection of medium weight champion.
get this last class of this middleweights. I think this is the last class of the middleweights. Yep. A lot of competitive sheep, high quality sheep on the top end. Young ladies, Weather, he probably hits me the hardest, and I think he's probably the most fault-free. Not the longest necked or the tallest shouldered one, but he's certainly more than adequate. She does a great job presenting him. He's certainly big and bold to his center body. He's really opened up and wide and true at the ground. One that balances up and just goes into motion with symmetry. And this class, comparatively, I think that one's really nice. And the more you analyze them, the more you got to kind of work him to the top. Young man's white-faced sheep. I think that sheep's striking. I like him when he's stuck. Super tall-shouldered, very cool to look at, one that's opened up enough. Where I'd change him is when you put him into motion, and that's where he kind of, for me, comes apart a little bit. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip and allow him to make a longer stride off those rear wheels. I'd like to bolden him up out of his pin set and deepen him up through his twist. That being said, I think that's still a really, really nice sheep that has a lot of good things going for him. Young ladies, Weather coming here in third. One that's expressive in terms of his muscle. He ties together through his front half pretty good. I'd change him from his last rib back in terms of the way he ties his hip into his loin and the way he comes out of his dock when he goes into motion. But again, a nice carcass-oriented sheep, a sheep that's fresh and firm and hard to the touch and really, really expressive. Young ladies, ewe lamb coming next. One that's just probably a little plainer in terms of its front 1/3, a little bolder in the lower portion of its shoulder. One that's just a little bit more bland, if you will, in terms of its muscle texture off the backside. Maybe not quite as loose in terms of its spine when it goes into motion compared to the ones ahead. A really nice Dorper sheep coming here in the next hole. You got to appreciate that one in terms of its sheer muscle mass and width and ability to stay fairly fresh compared to its breed type at a higher weight. But again, one that's loaded with muscle, probably just starting to get a little bit wastier and softer in the lower portion, lower 1/3 of its body, especially compared to the ones ahead of them. But a big rack, big loin, big hipped one that certainly has some good things going for him. Young man's sheep there on the end, just a little flatter from its stifle, lower portion of its leg, closes up and gets a little narrow when it goes into motion and gets a little tight in its spine. That's the way I see that one. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause. A really nice middleweight class to round out this division.
Medium weight 5, first place, Amelia Brown. Second, Lane Brennies. Third, Taylor Sturm. Fourth, Stephanie Drees. Fifth, Samuel Hester. And sixth, Blake Smith. We're now ready for our medium weight champion drive. We'll be bringing back the first and second place from each of the medium weight classes. From medium weight 1, Taylor Sturm and Maggie Zinn. Medium weight 2, Jackson Sterner and Samuel Hester. Medium weight 3, Madison Fagan and Reese Smith. Medium weight 4, Andy Swab and Mallory Fagan. And medium weight 5, Amelia Brown and Lane Brennies. Market line exhibitors, next class will be light heavyweight 1. Light heavyweight 1 to ringside. Cooper Umbrell, Kelsey Gorman, Emmeline Martin, and Gage Cleland.
really competitive class of middleweights. And I think each one of the class winners, for the most part, won their class pretty handily. I thought that front row was awful nice. I think for me, probably three of these sheep kind of hit me the hardest of those class winners. I did like that white-faced sheep out of the second of the middleweights quite a bit. I think his build is very good. I'd certainly like to open him up just a little bit more through the center portion of his body. I'd like to tie him just a nickel better down his top. I think he wants to get almost too relaxed in that top, but I think that's a very good white-faced sheep, and I think he's competitive out here. I think the fourth place sheep, the fourth class, the sheep that wins the fourth class, that one's one that you got to consider quite a bit. That one's awful bold. He's probably the biggest and the boldest from his center portion of his body, and his forelobe is anything out here. I'd like to make him just a nickel longer in terms of his neck. I'd like to make him just a little better in terms of his breastplate, but that's an awful good one. That one handles as wide and true up over his top and as fresh as anything out here. The young lady sheep that comes out of the last class, I think that one's awful nice and has a lot going for it. Very complete and has some balance and certainly has some power and some muscle. Maybe not quite as bold through the center portion of its body as the sheep ahead of him, but I think that one's constructed just a nickel better through his front 1/3 from his chest and into his breastplate, and probably just a nickel leveler out of his hip. Those are the three that probably hit me the hardest, and we're only going to pick two in this division. A young lady out of the last class, she's going to be your champion out of this drive, and young lady in the class ahead of her is going to be reserved. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Champion medium weight market lamb goes to Amelia Brown out of class 5 and reserved to Andy Swab out of class 4. Congratulations to all of our medium weight exhibitors. Market lamb exhibitors, light heavyweight 1 to ringside, light heavyweight 1. Cooper Umbrell, 432. Kelsey Garmins, 21. Emmeline Martin, 420. And Gage Cleland, 256. Weights in this class are 119 to 122, 119 to 122. Market lamb exhibitors, light heavyweight 2 to ringside, Landon McNew. Charlie Wheeler, Hannah Orris, Lacey Lehman, Silas Ziegler, and Jordan Naylor. Once again, light heavyweight 2 to ringside.
Start this heavyweight drive. Young man's whether we're going to lead with from a structural standpoint. I like him the best. He's the most elevated through the front 1/3. He's the tallest at the point of his shoulder, and he's the coolest in terms of his build. I'd change him in terms of how he ties his hip to his loin ever so slightly. I think maybe given some more time, I think that sheep, he's got some frame and some size. I think that one, if he were to go on, I think he would get even better. But from a structural standpoint, I got to run with this one to the front. Still big and bold up over that rack. Still really square out of that hip. Really deep through that twist, and very, very expressive. Young ladies, ewe lamb there. We talked about it just for a minute about using that one. I like that one in terms of how full and how much top shape that one has, how wide it is across its loin. I just like to change that one in terms of the depth of its chest floor. I'd like to shallow that ewe lamb up ever so slightly and maybe make her just a nickel looser in terms of her spine to get ahead of the weather that we're going to use. Young ladies, a sheep coming next, a tremendous amount of muscle and power. You got to appreciate the pure width when you get up on the top side of this one. This one again is starting to get just a nickel soft for me, a little bit deeper in terms of his chest floor, even compared to the one in second. But just from a pure power and muscle standpoint, that one's awful nice. Young man's blue sheep coming, they're going to round the class out. He's the frailest at the ground. He's the narrowest and close up the most down low in terms of his build, in terms of his structural, and it gets a little bit tight in terms of his spine when he gets out and go. Really nice class, nice way to lead a heavyweights. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Light heavyweight one, first place, Cooper Umbro. Second, Kelsey Garman. Third, Emmeline Martin. And fourth, Gage Cleland. Next class in the ring, light heavyweight two. Landon McNews, 172. Charlie Wheeler, 39. Hannah Orris, 109. Lacey Lehman, 431. Silas Ziegler, 270, and Jordan Naylor, 37. Lambs in this class were 125 to 127. 125 to 127. Market Lamb exhibitors, light heavyweight 3 to ringside. Light heavyweight 3, Maddie Musser, Alana Haynes, Hannah Bruneyes, Savannah Stoner, Molly Zook, Emily Myers, and Gage Cleland. Once again, light heavyweight 3 to ringside.
probably one of the more competitive classes that we've seen here, certainly in the last few. Young man's weather, I think, kind of logically moves up the line. A sheep that you got to appreciate from a muscle standpoint. A sheep that I think from a structural standpoint is more than adequate. He gets out and goes with some fluidness. You appreciate him. When you get up over on the top side of him, he's big and bold in terms of his center body and very, very expressive. In terms of his rack shape, in terms of his twist and cheek shape, on the lower portion of his leg, he's really bold from his stifle down and just maintains some flexibility when he goes into motion. That's just a really nice sheep. Young ladies, ewe lamb coming here in the 2-hole, really fresh, really firm handling sheep. A sheep that is really kind of like the class winner, really bold in terms of that center body, tremendous in terms of her rack shape, maybe not as blown apart from its stifle to the lower portion of its leg. It might not balance up quite as well in terms of its underline compared to the weather that wins the class, but I think that's an awful nice ewe lamb that could serve multi purposes. Young ladies, ewe lamb coming next. Man, there's some pieces and parts of this ewe that I like a lot. Again, like our class winners, really bold in terms of her forerib and her rack. Really good in terms of her skin and her hide. Her underline, I think, balances up pretty nice. I would change her from her top shape, from her last rib to her hip. She really kind of breaks right in that hip-loin junction and wants to get a little too high out of her dock for me to really carry up there. But that's an awful nice one to run the 3-hole. A young man's sheep here in the 4th, one that's really long-spined, really fresh and firm. Again, from a structural standpoint, I'd like to tie that one together just a little bit better down its spine, make it a little looser right there out of its hip into its loin. Really kind of wants to peak and get up and really just make it a little bolder in terms of its rack compared to the ones ahead. I think we've got just a little plainer made sheep here coming, the young ladies, mouse-colored sheep next. One that has some balance, one that has some levelness out of its hip. Certainly one of the softer ones compared to the other sheep in terms of when you put your hands on it. Part of that's just the nature of the hide in terms of that one's build, but it's also just a little frailer. When you get behind it from its stifle to the lower portion of its leg, it's more of a funnel shape, kind of narrows up at the ground, to both in terms of its base width, but also in terms of its bone. Again, one that's just a little frailer, a little bit more peaked to round the class out in terms of its top shape, specifically right up over its rack. A really nice competitive class in this new division.
Light heavyweight 2 results. First place, Landon McNew. Second, Lacey Lehman. Third, Jordan Naylor. Fourth, Silas Ziegler. Fifth, Hannah Orris. And sixth, Charlie Wheeler. Next in the ring, light heavyweight 3. Maddie Musser, 96. Alana Haynes, 170. Hannah Bruneyes, 1244. Savannah Stoner, 328. Molly Zook, 297. Emily Myers, 386. And Gage Cleland, 257. Light heavyweight 3 lambs weigh 128 to 130. Market Lamb Exhibitors, light heavyweight 4 to ringside. Light heavyweight 4 to ringside. Christopher Kelly, Jackson Stoner, George Schwab, Tyler Best, Cooper Umbrell, Katie Miller, and Kason Fraker. Light heavyweight 4 to ringside.
Certainly a bit of a challenging class. For me, young ladies, whether kind of gravitate to and pull towards the top of the class. I like him from a silhouette and a structural standpoint. He's probably the shallowest in terms of his chest floor, but still maintaining a big, bold cage when you get up over top of him. Tremendous amount of shape in terms of his twist, in terms of his, from his stifle down to the lower portion of his leg. Just a tremendously heavy muscled sheep that's ripped apart through his center portion and still has a good balance and look. Young ladies, blue sheep here, you gotta like that one in terms of the length out of its hip when it goes into motion, in terms of the firmness and freshness when you put your hands on him. Certainly, again, one that's bold in terms of its center portion of its body. I'd like to soften that one up in terms of its flank, maybe smooth it up just ever so slightly right out of that hip-loin junction, but an awful nice sheep to run second. Young man sheep here in the third hole. Walked in, I like that one quite a bit. That one's tremendous in terms of its center body mass, in terms of how dense that one is, in terms of its muscle, in terms of its back half. I'd just like to change that one from its shoulder into its neck and maybe elevate it ever so slightly, shallow it up and through its chest floor to really compete to run to win this class. Young lady sheep coming next here in the purple shirt, a sheep that is very expressive in terms of its muscle shape up over its top, but maybe just doesn't have quite as much depth to its stifle, not quite as dense in terms of its muscle compared to those first three. Young ladies sheep coming next. I like the back half of this one quite a bit. I think he's super level out of his hip. He's very fresh and bold and square across that loin edge. Where I would change this one is his front half. He wants to kind of get over on top of himself in terms of his shoulder, in terms of the way he's designed. I'd correct him out of his neck and bring that neck out of the top part of his shoulder, elevate him through his chest floor, and maybe make him just a notch bolder through his forerib. But a sheep that's got a lot of really good pieces. Young lady coming next, a big, bold, burly one, one that I'd like to make a little bit more flexible out of his spine, specifically when he goes into motion, maybe make him just a little truer to the ground. He wants to kind of narrow up quite a bit. And then we're going to round out with one that's a little frailer compared to the rest of the class, a little flatter in terms of that stifle, but a really nice, long hip, production-oriented sheep here to round out. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause, a competitive class.
Light heavyweight 3 results. First place, Emily Myers. Second, Savannah Stoner. Third, Gage Cleland. Fourth, Hannah Brenice. Fifth, Maddie Musser. 6, Alana Haynes. And 7, Molly Zook. Next class in the ring, light heavyweight 4. Christopher Kelly, 307. Jackson Stoner, 326. George Schwab, 393. Tyler Best, 403. Cooper Umbrell, 433. Katie Miller, 282. And Kason Fraker, 57. Lambs in the ring weigh 131 and 132. Market Lamb exhibitors, light heavyweight 5 to ringside. London Wright, Lane Dower, Chase Cruzy, Sadie Grimes, and Molly Zook. Once again, light heavyweight 5 to ringside.
deeper classes in terms of quality and these heavier ones. The one I tie into, for me, he hits me pretty hard. He's probably, for me, he's the most athletic when you get him out into motion. I like watching this one go. Very fluid, tracks very true, tremendous amount of muscle shape, true natural muscle shape, turn to that lower portion of the leg really wide in terms of the stifle. One that just from a structural standpoint I think is built very, very, very good. I like that one a bunch. I think it gets pretty close here for me between 2 and 3, albeit the one we're going to use in second is probably just a nickel flatter through his forerib than the young man's in the second hole. I prefer that sheep that we're going to use in second in terms of the height of his shoulder, in terms of the elevation from his chest floor, and in terms of when you get directly behind him, I think he's just a shot bigger in terms of his pin set. That's a sled of a power sheep there in the 3-hole. I would just change him in the lower portion of his body. I'd make him just a little bit more elevated through his chest floor, make him just tie in his neck out of his shoulder ever so slightly better, and maybe just give him more pop right there in his pin. But that's an awful good one to run the 3-hole. Young man's blue sheep coming in the 4th hole. I like this one. He's got good, really, really cool pieces. Very elevated in terms of his chest floor, very flexible in terms of his spine. Where I don't like him, I'd like to soften him up in his flank. I'd like to tuck that breastplate up in him just a little bit better. I think we changed that one from that perspective, and I think that one can get up and run with a couple ahead of him. Young man sheep coming next, one that you got to like and appreciate. He's big and bold in terms of his rack shape. He's just a little plainer in the lower 1/3 of his body, specifically in his point of his shoulders. Maybe not quite as expressive in his stifle and lower portion of his leg and turn to his leg as the 4 ahead of him. Young man sheep coming next, again, a nice sheep, one that's probably just a nickel softer compared to the ones ahead of him in terms of the way he handles, maybe just a little bit, got a little bit more hide to him, if you will, at this point. He's certainly a little bit deeper chested, kind of like the one that ran ahead of him compared to the ones that are ahead of him win this class. But again, a real nice, complete, balanced sheep, really from that last rib back. Then the young man sheep here that we're going to round out, one that's not absent of muscle. That one just kind of run into a buzzsaw of a class. That one's nice in terms of his balance, in terms of the levelness out of his hip. He's just not nearly as expressive across that rack through that forerib in the center portion of his body in terms of his width and dimension. Really, really nice competitive class. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Light heavyweight 4, first place George Schwab. Second, Katie Miller. Third, Christopher Kelly. Fourth, Jackson Stoner. Fifth, Cooper Umbrell. Sixth, Kason Fraker. And seventh, Tyler Best. Next class in the ring, light heavyweight 5. London Wrights 267, Elaine Dyer 38, Chase Cruzies 146, Sadie Grimes 147, and Molly Zooks 298. In the ring, Lambs were 133 to 134. Market Lamb exhibitors up next. We're going to do light heavyweight champion. We need first and second from each light heavyweight class into the ring. At ringside, light heavyweight 1, Cooper Umbrell, Kelsey Garman. Light heavyweight 2, Landon McNew and Lacey Lehman. Light heavyweight 3, Emily Myers and Savannah Stoner. Light heavyweight 4, George Schwab and Katie Miller. Once again, light heavyweight champion drive up next.
young ladies' weather, we're going to start with certainly the freshest, the hardest handling, and the heaviest muscled when you get directly behind him. Tremendously wide from stifle to stifle, really expressive down its top. Where I would change that sheep is I would make that one just a little bolder through its forerib and maybe just a little longer out of its hip. But that being said, again, a very, very heavy muscled, very deserving sheep to win this class. The sheep in second, I probably prefer in terms of his spine, the way it lays in him. I would just make this one a little bit bolder at the ground, open this one up in terms of its base width, and give it more shape directly across that rack compared to the class winner. Young ladies, a sheep in third, a really nice speckled sheep, a sheep that's very production oriented, very heavy muscled. That one's just a little too plain in the lower portion of its shoulder, a little too bold at the point of its shoulder, and a little bit too soft and in terms of the way it handles to really be competitive with those first two. I think these last two on the end are very similar in terms of their muscle, in terms of their build. I think they're both a little flatter in terms of when you get behind them, in terms of their stifle and the lower portion of their leg. They're a little deeper in terms of their shoulder and a little frailer in terms of their bone work. Young ladies, ewe lamb is certainly just a little bit more flexible out of her spine. I think she carries herself when she goes into motion. Really competitive class here as we round out this division. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Light heavyweight 5, first place London Wright, second Chase Cruzy, third Sadie Grimes, fourth Molly Zook, and fifth Lane Darhauer. We're now ready for our light heavyweight champion into the ring. From light heavyweight 1, Cooper Umbrella and Kelsey Garman. Light heavyweight 2, Landon McNew and Lacey Lehman. Light heavyweight 3, Emily Myers and Savannah Sterner. Light heavyweight 4, George Swab and Katie Miller. And light heavyweight 5, London Wright and Chase Cruzy. Market Land Exhibitors, heavyweight 1 to ringside. Heavyweight 1, Colt Cleland, Olivia Ryan, Allie Lehman, Sophia Oser, Addison Martin, and Caitlin Holtree. Once again, heavyweight 1 to ringside.
This was a really competitive division. I'm just going to real brief talk these sheep as we get them out here, because I think for the most part, many of these lambs won their class pretty handily, and they kind of stuck out, and you get them out here in a group amongst their peers and better quality, and you can kind of pick apart the differences. Young man that wins that first class, I like that sheep quite a bit. He's probably one of the most immature ones out here in terms of where he's at. From a maturity standpoint, his loin edge is not as good as some of these others. He's not quite as soft and through his flank. But that being said, I think that one's build is really good, and I like that one from a structural standpoint. Young man's coming out of that second class, big parts and big pieces, really heavy muscled, really expressive. I'd change that one ever so slightly. I'd change him in terms of his hide, in terms of his touch, maybe make him just a notch more elevated in terms of his chest floor, but that's a really nice one. Young lady coming in the third class, kind of some big parts and big pieces. That's a shorter coupled sheep when you get them out here compared to the rest. I still appreciate that one in terms of the elevation to its chest floor. Maybe lengthen that one out of its hip ever so slightly, and maybe make that one a notch more chiseled out of its shoulder, but that's an awful good one. Young man's blue sheep coming out of the fourth class. That was probably one of the most competitive classes. I thought that sheep won still pretty handily. I like that one in terms of his terminal shape to his muscle, but still has the boldness to his center body and has the skeletal integrity to carry on. Young lady in that last heaviest class, again, kind of a heavier muscled sheep that we'd change in terms of his forerib and really just kind of blow that one apart. For me, there's one out here in particular that hit me pretty hard. I think he's the most athletic sheep that we've seen so far today, and I like to watch him get out and go. I think he has a lot of really elite pieces. That's going to be the young man with the blue sheep out of this fourth class. That one will win your division. I think it gets a little bit closer for me for reserve. I think there's some different ways you can go. We got out and we watched them walk. Young lady that stood behind him in class, I still think that one's really nice. I'd like to see him just a nickel freer off those rear wheels when he goes into motion, but I love that one in terms of his silhouette, in terms of the way he touches. That's going to be a reserve out of the division. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Champion light heavyweight and reserve both come out of class 4. Champion to George Swab and reserve to Katie Miller. Next class in the ring, heavyweight 1. Colt Cleland, 259. Olivia Ryan, 351. Allie Lehman, 428. Sophia Oser, 203. Addison Martin, 421. And Caitlin Holtry, 425. Lambs in the heavyweight class, weighing 135 and 136. Market Lamb exhibitors. Next class to ringside. Heavyweight 2, Olivia Ryan, Riley Boyer, Emmeline Cleland, Christopher Kelly, and Gwen McKee. Once again, heavyweight 2 to ringside.
young man's blue sheep we're going to lead off with. He kind of falls to the top for me in terms of his balance, in terms of his structure. I think that one's the most fault-free. He's not the heaviest muscle one when you get directly behind him, but he's got a tremendous amount of balance and structure, levelness out of that hip. When he goes out into motion, I think he carries himself extremely well, balances up on the profile, very cool in terms of the way his blade lays into him. His neck comes out the top of his shoulders, and he's certainly more than adequate in terms of his muscle and build. Young ladies, sheep coming in the two-hole. That one is the heaviest muscled sheep in the class. Really big-ended, really wide from stifle to stifle. You put your hands on him in terms of his rack, you're not disappointed. He's tremendous big there. I would change him from his last rib back up on his top side of his skeleton. I'd smooth him up right in his hip-loin junction. I'd square him up on his loin and square him out of his hip ever so slightly. He's a nickel deeper chested than the blue one that we're going to win with. Young ladies, sheep coming in the third hole. Again, very similar in terms of the type and build to the sheep in the second. I would change that one right there from its hip to its loin, square that one up off its hip, and elevate that one through its chest floor like the one in second. But again, a tremendous amount of muscle and that pair in the 2 and the 3. Young ladies, sheep coming here in the fourth hole. A sheep that's probably a little frailer in terms of its bone work. From a structural standpoint, I'd like to maybe make that one a little straighter off its rear wheels. It wants to get up underneath of it and roll out of its hip when it goes into motion. It's a little deeper in terms of its chest, not as much muscle and shape up over its rack compared to the 3 ahead. The next 2 sheep, again, I think they're just a nickel plainer, a nickel softer in terms of their touch, a little deeper in terms of their blade, and a little frailer in terms of their bone work compared to the ones ahead. Another really nice class as we start this 4th division. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Heavyweight 1, first place Colt Cleveland, second Allie Lehman, third Addison Martin, fourth Sophia Oser, fifth Caitlin Holtree, and sixth Olivia Ryan. Next class in the ring, heavyweight 2, Olivia Ryan's 3.52, Riley Boyer 11, Emmeline Cleland 2.54, Christopher Kelly 3.09, and Gwen McKee 2.04. Lambs in the ring were 137 and 138. Market Land Exhibitors heavyweight 3 to ringside. Andy Swab, Carly Saplee, Maggie Grove, Ryan Lehman, and London Wright. Once again, heavyweight 3 to ringside.
Nice class. We're going to lead with this white one, this downer appearing sheep. It's remarkably fresh when you put your hands on him. I like this one from a structural standpoint. I think he's the truest and the widest at the ground. He's the most correct on all fours. I think he balances up the best. When you put him into motion, he's got good flexibility to his spine, really big and bold out of that hip. Maybe just a nickel more in terms of his breastplate compared to the black-faced sheep behind him, but I think that's an awful nice white-faced sheep, and I think we can roll him up to the top two and get him into a class winner for this class pretty easily. Young ladies, black-faced sheep, a really hard handling sheep, really a tremendous amount of shape from its stifle and the lower portion of its leg. This one really wants to close up down low and get narrow at the ground, kind of wants to hawk in off those rear wheels, maybe not quite as smooth right there in its hip-loin junction as compared to the white sheep. But I think, again, a close decision here. I just prefer the white one. I think the young ladies' sheep coming next, a very carcass-oriented one there in the third hole. From a structural standpoint, I would change that one and make him just a little bit better off those rear wheels in terms of the way he handles himself from the hock to the ground. One that you appreciate for the leanness and the muscle mass. I think that one, again, will carcass very well. I just like to change him and shallow him up through his chest and make him a little leveler out of his hip. I think the next two sheep, again, are a little softer, a little plainer, ones that don't have quite as much muscle as the three ahead of them. I think the black-faced one is probably just a nickel fresher and a nickel bolder out across its loin for me today, but a nice pair to round out of production-oriented sheep. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Before she leaves the ring, all of these animals weigh in at the beginning of May, and we do award a champion rate of gain for each species. This year's Market Lamb champion rate of gain goes to Riley Boyer with tag number 11 that just showed in that class. She gained 0.86 pounds per day on that lamb, so that's a great rate of gain. Congratulations, Riley. I think we're presenting your banner. Good job. Results of our heavyweight 2 class. First place went to Christopher Kelly. Second, Emmeline Cleland. Third, Gwen McKee. Fourth, Olivia Ryan. And fifth, Riley Boyer. Next class in the ring, heavyweight 3. Andy Swabs, 397. Carly Suplee, 194. Maggie Grove, 388. Ryan Lehman, 52. And London Wright, 266. Lambs in the ring weigh 139 to 141. Lamb exhibitors, heavyweight 4 to ringside. Heavyweight 4, McKenna McNew, Allie Lehman, Lacey Lehman, Maddie Musser, Mitchell Musser, Emmeline Martin, and Katie Miller. Once again, heavyweight 4 to ringside.
I think this heavy class lines itself pretty easily for me. Young ladies, whether one that's certainly big and bold at the ground, tremendous in terms of the density of that one when you get behind him, but a big-footed one, one that handles tremendous. You get up over the top, center portion of its body, in terms of its rib shape, and just kind of wedges into a big, heavier-ended muscled when you get to the back side of that one. Really deep in terms of his twist. That's an awful nice white face appearing sheep there in the second hole. She gets that one propped up. That one's ultra cool in terms of its shape, in terms of its lines. Really good and really balanced. Just kind of runs out of gas compared to the young lady ahead of her, but one that's still fresh and firm and balances and has the appropriateness in terms of its front to rear ratio. Young ladies, whether coming next, one that I appreciate from a muscle standpoint, from a rib shape standpoint. I just like to change that one really. It gets a little round on both ends for me, a little round in terms of its shoulder and its breastplate, a little round out of its hip, but it maintains some flexibility when it goes into motion and still has, again, some bone, some mass, and some muscle when you get up over the top of him. Young man's ewe lamb coming next, kind of one that you'd like to just close your eyes and handle. That's a very carcass-oriented sheep, a sheep that's very fresh and firm and thin-skinned, a tremendous amount of muscle shape and expression up over its rack. For me, that one just doesn't balance in proportion compared to the three ahead of him. It wants to get a little deep in terms of its chest, a little low in terms of the way its neck comes out of its shoulder, and a little bit shallower in terms of its flank. Young lady, sheep coming next. Again, one that's probably just the softer of the group in terms of the way that one handles and in terms of the amount of condition that one's starting to lay on compared to its counterparts in the class. It just doesn't have the freshness or the firmness, but certainly one you appreciate just from a pure muscle standpoint. Really nice class of heavyweights. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Heavyweight 3, first place, Andy Swab. Second, Carly Suplee. Third, Maggie Grove. Fourth, Ryan Lehman. And fifth, London Wright. Next class in the ring, heavyweight 4. McKenna McNew, 175. Allie Lehman, 427. Lacey Lehman, 430. Maddie Musser, 95. Mitchell Musser, 94. Emmeline Martin, 419. And Katie Miller's 283. Lambs in this heavyweight class are 142 to 145. Market Lamb exhibitors, heavyweight 5 to ringside. Heavyweight 5 to ringside. Colt Cleland, Jace Kelly, Alana Haynes, and Blake Boyer. Once again, heavyweight 5 to ringside.
Young ladies, whether we're going to start with is probably one of the more uncooperative ones we've had today. From a design standpoint, I like this one quite a bit. I think from a structure, the way this one's built, this one lines up extremely well. His lines are elevated through its chest floor, soft in its flank, really good and square out of that hip. If I was critical, I'd make this one just a little square out of its loin edge, but I think that's a really nice heavyweight sheep. Young ladies sheep coming next. That one I like in terms of you put your hands on him. That one's ultra cool and really, really square and really fresh and firm to the touch. I would change this one in terms of his build and maybe just change him from his chest floor up and make him a little shallower, make him a little cooler in terms of the way his shoulder lays into him, and then make him a little softer out of his flank. But a sheep that's at a heavier weight but still fresh and firm and handles really, really tremendously good. Blue sheep, again, a really good handling sheep, sheep that's fresh and firm and hard to the touch and thin skin. This one probably gets just a nickel narrower and flatter in terms of its rib, but one you appreciate in terms of its lines, in terms of how level it is out of its hip, and when you get your hands on it. The white sheep I like from a structural standpoint. For me, he's probably just a little bit past his prime in terms of where I'd like to see him, in terms of the way he handles, in terms of the way he touches. He wants to get a little round and out of his loin, wants to get a little deeper out of his chest, and maybe just a nickel softer in terms of his touch. Young ladies, whether coming next. One that's probably really the next two, a little bit more conventional in terms of their type and kind, a little bit shorter and boxier. The young lady here coming next, that one's just a little too deep-chested for me, a little too short-necked. I just like to lengthen that one out of its spine, like the young lady in the next hole. Just a more conventional sheep that's a little lower fronted, a little shorter in terms of its side, and like to lengthen that one out of its hip, maybe make it just a notch fresher and firmer when you put your hands on it. Young man sheep there next, one you appreciate from a production standpoint. Big, long spine, long handling sheep, but a sheep that just doesn't have near as much shape up top, specifically across that loin and rack area, and wants to get a little bit narrow at the ground compared to its counterparts in the class. Please give the exhibitors a round of applause, a really nice heavyweight class.
Heavyweight 4 results. First place, McKenna McNew. Second, Lacey Lehman. Third, Allie Lehman. Fourth, Katie Miller. Fifth, Maddie Musser. Sixth, Emmeline Martin. And 7, Mitchell Musser. Our final type class is Heavyweight 5, Colt Cleland, 258. Jace Kelly, 312. Alana Haynes, 171. And Blake Porter, number 10. This heavyweight class of lambs weigh 146 to 152. 146 to 152. Market Lamb Exhibitors heavyweight champion is up next. We need the top 2 from each heavyweight class to ringside for the champion drive. Colt Cleland and Allie Lehman, Christopher Kelly and Emmeline Cleland, Andy Swab and Carly Saplee, McKenna McNew and Lacey Lehman. Once again, heavyweight champion drive up next.
get to these heavy classes, and sometimes we struggle to find one that's fresh enough. The young man's sheep that we're going to use to win, he is fresh enough. It's a really hard handling, a really nice sheep that has some balance and some structure, probably the tallest at the point of his shoulders, and his shoulder lays in him the best compared to his counterparts in the class. Really nice place to lead off. Young man's sheep coming in the 2-hole. I like this one in terms of how opened up he is. He's really big in terms of his cage, really wide in terms of his pin set. I'd like to close him up at the top of his shoulders. He wants to just open up and roll open just a little bit too much for me in terms of his shoulder blade. I'd like to lengthen him in terms of his neck, but a really nice, square, stout, big-footed one that we're going to land in the second hole. Young lady, sheep coming third, one that she does a tremendous job getting shown. Really good, hided, thin-skinned sheep. A sheep that's got some symmetry to it. When you get behind this one, he just wants to taper and narrow up right there at his pin set compared to the two ahead of him. Just not quite as much pop, not quite as much power, and certainly not as fresh as the one we're going to use to win the class. Young man sheep here on the end. Again, a big production-oriented sheep, a sheep that's done a great job of growing in terms of frame, staying level and true. Just need a shot more power and a shot more bone, shot more freshness to really be competitive. Really nice class in this heavyweight drive. Please give our exhibitors a round of applause.
Heavyweight 5, first place, Colt Cleland. Second, Jace Kelly. Third, Alana Haynes. And fourth, Blake Boyer. We're now ready for our heavyweight champion. From the heavyweight 1 class, Colt Cleland and Allie Lehman. Heavyweight 2, Christopher Kelly and Emmeline Cleland. Heavyweight 3, Andy Swab and Carly Suplee. Heavyweight 4, McKenna McNew and Lacey Lehman. And heavyweight 5, Colt Cleland and Jace Kelly.
really nice heavyweight drive, and certainly we find some sheep that have some differences in terms of their maturity, in terms of where they're at from a condition and body scape and scale for them. But a really, really nice classes. Just talk about them real briefly. I thought that blue one was really, really cool. Awesome in terms of design and a structure from a 2D version or 2D standpoint. When you get him out here, you'd certainly like to open that guy up through his center body, through his chest floor, just kind of crack him open and make him a little bit bolder. But again, a really cool one in terms of his look, in terms of his design. That white one that wins the second class, that downer, he's maybe just a little lower shouldered than some of the others. I still think he's certainly deserving and one that's certainly nice and deserves to be here. One that still handles fresh and firm. That sheep that comes out of the third class is just pretty manly when you put your hands on him. He's about as square and as deep in his loin as anything we've handled. Really a big, tremendous turn to his leg, really deep to his twist. Really a dense muscled sheep. If I could change that one, I'd change him right out of his front end. Just tuck that breastplate in him, make him just a notch taller shoulder, but that's an awful good one. This is a really nice one that was in behind him in class, one that was still fresh and firm, and went to the ground with motion with some flexibility. Young lady sheep in that next class, one that's tremendous in terms of, has some big parts and big pieces, really big footed and big ended, maybe not quite as smooth in terms of the way it ties down its top line. Then we have that heavy class, and certainly one that you appreciate in terms of his freshness. He's as fresh as anything out here in terms of the way he handles. He's probably one of the taller shouldered. He's not maybe as bubbly when you get behind him in terms of density or in terms of muscle shape from his stifle down, but that's an awful, awful nice one. And I think it's pretty close, and I think you could kind of go a couple different ways. The one that for me that's kind of hard to deny is the one in the center of the ring in terms of his muscle and power. That one's going to be your champion, and for reserve, we're going to go up and grab that heavyweight sheep, the young man on the far end of the ring. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. Look forward to seeing these guys in the final drive.
Your grand champion heavyweight goes to Andy Swab out of Class 3, and your reserve to Colt Cleland out of Class 5. All right, exhibitors, we're just taking a quick break, and then we're going to jump into our grand champion Market Lamb Drive. Into the ring, we should have our lightweight champion, Jace Kelly, 313. Mediumweight champion, Amelia Brown, 148. Light heavyweight champion, George Swab, 393. And heavyweight champion, Andy Swab, 397. In the second line, we'll have our reserves. Lightweight reserve, Silas Ziegler, 271. Medium-weight reserve, Andy Swab's 391. Light heavyweight reserve, Katie Miller, 282. And our heavyweight reserve champion, Colt Cleland, 258. All Market Lamb exhibitors, we're ready for our Grand Champion Market Lamb Drive. Let's introduce him one more time. Your lightweight champion Market Lamb, Jace Kelly's 313. Your medium weight champion Market Lamb from Amelia Brown 148. Your light heavyweight champion Market Lamb, George Swabs 393. And your heavyweight Market Lamb, Andy Swabs 397. In the second line will be our reserves from the lightweights, Silas Ziegler 271. Medium weight Andy Swab 391. Light heavyweight Katie Miller 282. And your heavyweight reserve Colt Cleveland's 258. Once again, we want to thank all of our ring help, our volunteers, the parents, everybody in the barn that's getting things together. Of course, a great big thank you to our judge, Michael Kibler, and his son, Landon. I think Landon's going to talk our champion drive here. Let's put our hands together one more time for everybody who made this show possible and all of our exhibitors. Great job tonight. Market Lamb exhibitors, if you're showing pair of 2 Market Lambs, you must have entered when you registered for the fair. So if you have 2 lambs and you registered or entered them when you sent in your entry fees, get your animals to ringside. That's up next.
It's been a lot of fun to be able to come up to Pennsylvania. I love the state of Pennsylvania. You guys have a beautiful area you live in. It's been a really fun show to judge. And I would tell you the quality of sheep is very good. And I mean this wholeheartedly, but the quality of your showmen, the showmanship by far exceeded my expectations. You've got a bunch of dedicated, enthusiastic kids that have great attention to detail, a desire to be successful and win. And I hope that they just continue. I hope you guys continue to mentor them and push them because this group of kids is going to do special things. I assume this is all from one county. You guys have a special thing going here. Again, it's been a great show. I feel like I've talked these sheep to death. I've talked them in class. I've talked them in division. Hopefully, by my comments, you can follow along and see which ones that I like. But one of the greatest parts and opportunities, and I do count it a true opportunity, is to be able to work with young people. I think it's a special privilege for me to be able to bring along my son, who's been doing some judging in 4-H, and he's been following along at the show as well. I'm going to let him tell you what we think of the top two. So be patient, give him a minute, and he'll talk our champion in reserve. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for having us up.
I'd just like to thank everyone on the third board and my dad for letting me come out here and talk the Grand Reserve. The way I like to run this whole deal is the sound, structurally correct, well-made balance of and he hits the ground, sound is through the ground, most athletic off his rear too. I'll go out and select the grand.
The grand champion Market Lamb goes to George Swab from the light heavyweight division.
Orlando got reserved overall day. Another really well-made, whether it throws up the ground really similarly. He's the best in his footline third and balanced up through his hip line junction. I'll go out and select him as a reserve.
Your reserve grand champion Market Lamb was the reserve light heavyweight Katie Miller. Congratulations all of our exhibitors. Let's send them all off with one more great big round of applause. What a great night. Thanks for sticking in with us. We're going to do our pair of Market Lambs up next, and then we're going to shut it down for tomorrow. Winners of your pair of 2 Market Lamb class. First place, Andy Swab. Second, Colt Cleland. Third, Christopher Kelly. Fourth, Cooper Umbrell. Fifth, Emmeline Martin. Sixth, Jace Kelly. And seventh, London Wright. Starting with our grand and reserve grand, we're going to do pictures with the judge. So if you need pictures, bring your banner, bring your animal. The judge will be in the backdrop to do pictures. Everybody else, thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow morning right back here in the livestock ring for the Market Beef Show. Remember, feeder calf showmanship is first, then feeder calf classes. Market steer showmanship, and then market steer classes. Once again, we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Everybody have a great night. Safe trip home.